All right. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Valtenmerk von Hohenbach's Epic Adventure. I'm actually just grinding this exploit that we found, well, that Anthony found, or suggested, but we kind of confirmed it on stream. You can basically make heaps and heaps of money by through the training system. So basically, I've got these 4 priestesses of Shalia, and you can go and train faith with the trainer here in Altdorf. And there's a couple of trainers actually. There's Archlector Casimir who can train faith, and there's also High Priestess Anja that can train medicine, but only if you've got a Priestess of Shalia in your party will she talk to you. And the price of the training basically goes down. So it goes up in steps. So from 0 to 100 is 1 step, and then if you go over 100, it is way more expensive. And if you go over 200, it's way more expensive again. But then once you go over 100, the higher you level, the lower it goes down until it gets to the next level. So, you know, for example, if you wanted to train from zero in a skill, it'll cost you, I think, 100,000 if you in gold plus some prestige. If you want to train, but if you've got like 75 faith, then it'll only cost you like 10,000 gold or 5,000 gold or something like that. But as soon as you get to 101 faith, it'll cost you like 495,000 gold. But then if you level up just normally through the game until you get to like 199, then you start training, it'll only cost you like 5,000 gold again. So it sort of goes down as you get higher. But yeah, there's a bug though, or there's a feature of it that if you're at exactly 200, like if your skill level is exactly 200 because that's the cutoff, it actually kind of bugs out, and instead of having a cost, it actually pays you. So if I go and talk to High Priestess Anya and tell her I want to teach one of my companions medicine, and then you can see here, like what I was talking about, this one's at 45. So for 45, it's quite cheap. It's only 55,000. But as soon as you go over 100, 330,000. If that was 101, it'd probably be 490,000. But because it's up 34 points, it's 330. And this one's a bit higher, so it's only 170,000. A bit cheaper as they get closer to 100, closer to 200. This, if you go over 200, it's super expensive again, but then because she's quite close to 300, it's gotten cheaper again. But if you're exactly 200, it costs you minus 200,000 gold and minus 1,000 prestige. So basically pays you to do it. So basically we're just using this exploit to get free money, except for I've got 4 priestesses of Shalia and I've gotten all of them to exactly 200. So I can now train all of them one after another. And there we go. That was just a cool 800,000 gold and 4,000 prestige. We're capped at 5,000 prestige. But yeah, and then we just leave, and then we just recall them to our party. And then you just go back and do it again. So yeah, so for those of you who don't like blacksmithing because you're basically just in menus doing stuff instead of playing the game, yeah, this is even worse, but it's but way more money. But anyway, so you just gotta wait for a second for them to actually rejoin your party before you can do it again. But yeah, this is but anyway, so the reason why we're doing this is because there's another exploit where if you have if you're quite low level in faith, then you'll have quite a high learning rate. You're like I'll have like 12 times learning rate or something like that when I go to learn faith, by praying or by casting prayers or whatever. But normally it readjusts the calculation every time you level up. So the higher you go in a skill, the slower the learning rate will get. But but there's a mechanic in the game where once you get over 150 in faith, you get a perk where you can donate goods to a temple, and you'll get a big chunk of faith based on the value of the goods that you do, and you can fill up your inventory with heaps and heaps of stuff, and then donate it all at once for one like massive chunk of faith. So if you're quite low if your faith is quite low and you've got a really high learning rate, and you just donate like millions and millions and millions of gold worth of stuff, then your faith will jump up like super high in one go. So yeah, so this whole character's this whole concept of this character is that he's the chosen of Sigmar. Basically, he believes that he's Sigmar's avatar on Earth, and that's going to be realized by us pumping up our faith to well beyond the 300 cap that we can get to. So the amount of stuff we've got right now is enough to get us up to, I think, about 400 faith. So the cap, normally if you have 10 in discipline and 5 points in faith, the cap is 330. But we can now use that exploit to blast past that to about 400. But if we just keep getting more and more money, eventually we'll be able to get enough money that we'll be able to hopefully get our faith up to like 900 or 1,000 or something like, ridiculously high. So that's the goal. So basically the excuse is that Sigmar made me do it. But yeah, I was thinking about doing it. Offline, but I don't know. I figured if you guys are not interested, then you don't have to watch. But if you want to keep me company while I do this monotonous task for Sigmar, then you're welcome to. And I thought some of you might find it interesting to know how the exploit works anyway. Yeah, so we also need to get some get our farming happening, farming those enchanting recipes and materials. But yeah, I thought I'd try and get this done kind of all in one go, get it out of the way. I'm probably not going to be on for too long because I haven't need some sleep soon. But I figured I got a couple of hours left in me, so may as well grind it out a bit more. I might just turn off the autosave for this. So I can remember to turn it back on again. I'm going to start playing properly. Yeah, so I just got to do this about another 20 times, I think. Actually, I don't know. I don't know how much I need to do it. Maybe I need to do it many, many times. But we'll do it another 20 times or so, and then we'll see how much faith that gets us. But yeah, if you have multiple companions that are all at 200 at the same time, it's a lot faster because of these loading screens. Yeah, these priestesses of Shellio are quite good because they can heal you in battle. And they use a prayer to heal you, so they never run out of winds of magic, and they can just keep healing and healing and healing. But also they start off with 5 intelligence and quite low levels, so they're really good for party skills like steward, medicine, and engineering. So we're actually leveling up. I've already got a dedicated quartermaster with 10 intelligence and 5 steward. A dedicated scout that's got 8 cunning and 5 scouting. And that's not him, but I've got a doctor that's got 10 intelligence and 5 points in medicine. I think she's at about 300 or 290 medicine at the moment, or something like 310 or something like that. So basically the best doctors we can have. And then we've got a whole bunch of other priestesses of Shelia, one of which is going to be an engineer, and I think 2 or 3 others that are going to be party leaders to lead the other parties. Because it's quite nice to have a party leader that's got high steward and high medicine, because I think they use their own medicine for their own casualties. So my troops that I lose in my main force don't tend to die, but the troops that are being led by my other party leaders do tend to die more often because their medicine's not as high. So if we can get their medicine up, then that's good. So yeah, I know the early, based on the early conversion that we did, it seemed like we'd need about 30 million gold to be able to max out our faith. Well, overcap our faith, but max out our ward save. Apparently you can get to maximum of 75% ward save. Ward save basically reduces the damage that you take by whatever percentage after everything else. So after armor is checked and physical resistance and everything else, then finally before the damage is applied, ward save reduces it by whatever percentage. So yeah, so if we can get that maximum 75 ward save, then our guy should be durable as hell. Now, as I'm playing the Merc, and the Merc's got his own ability that gives him 30% physical resistance in combat. Plus we can probably get some enchantments to get a heap of physical resistance. I think physical resistance doesn't have a cap. Go up to 100%. But some enemies do have plus physical damage. So Minotaurs, for example, I think have plus 100% physical damage. So you can be rocking 100% physical resistance, immune to all normal weapons, and then a Minotaur just comes along and one-shots you because, essentially your 100% physical resistance is only blocking half of their damage because they do plus 100% physical damage. And yeah, I do fairly regularly get one shot by Minotaurs just axing me in the head. But hopefully we'll get another enchantment that actually makes us come back from the dead. We can revive with 50% health once per battle with an enchantment that you can get from Bretonia if you've got a damsel in your party, which we do. But yeah, battles-wise, we seem to be doing pretty well with our small unit tactics of basically having a super tanky block of knights at the front and then just having a crap load of guns behind them, and then hiding behind a hill on the reverse incline, so as the enemies come over, your guns can shoot them and stuff. Yeah, and the knights are tanky enough that their constant heals from the priestesses of Shelia were able to pretty much keep them up, even without any shields or anything, without using any magic shields. I let them have it, which gives 30% physical resistance. Just enough to blunten the incoming damage enough so that we can out-heal it. But yeah, so the original plan was, or one thing I was thinking about doing, because I was planning on doing it in a previous campaign, the High Elf campaign, was to actually start our own faction, and then as the Empire factions get wiped out one by one, they join the weakest faction. So presumably we'd be the weakest faction. So then we could basically get all these extra lords that would join, you know, flock to our banner. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if this works, then I probably will still do that, or at least try to. If it doesn't work, then we can always beg Karl Franz's forgiveness and rejoin Reichland. But yeah, I was thinking about changing the plan, because I thought the original plan was, before we found this exploit, the original plan was to just play for ages, save up millions and millions of gold worth of gear, and then just, you know, after we've been playing for like weeks and stored up heaps and heaps of gear, then just go and dump it all into the shrine at once to get the faith XP. I accidentally stuffed up then and nearly trained them in medicine, but it's alright. Happened yet. If I accidentally let them actually train, even for one tick, they'll straight away jump up to like 250 medicine, and then the exploit will be ruined. So yeah, don't want to do that. Keep these guys at exactly 200. Yeah, it's quite hard to do this actually, because it's so monotonous and boring. But if you stuff it up, then it'll ruin the bug and you won't be able to do it anymore. So you got to kind of like keep concentrating. And to a degree, you can just kind of do it on autopilot, but then every now and again you stuff up. Yeah, we just keep doing this for another 10 more times. And we'll do a test and see how we are traveling. See if Sigmar's deemed us worthy yet. we'll get a couple of hours in. If we can get this done relatively quickly, then we'll do some adventuring, but I suspect that we might end up just doing this for hours and still not actually be there. I think you need millions and millions of gold worth of stuff. Like, we could be satisfied with just having like 100 more faith than it's normally possible to get, but I don't want just 100 more. I want the maximum we can possibly get. The maximum ward save you can possibly get, that is. I think you can probably, theoretically, your faith could go up to whatever. I don't know if there is a limit. But yeah, once you get past 1,000 or 1,100 or something like that, you'll be at the ward save cap. So there's no point going any higher than that. Unless, well, assuming there is a ward save cap, I don't know for sure there is, but so I've been told. The 27 million now. Once we get to 30 million, we'll do a test and see how much faith that gets us. Kind of hypnotic after a while. If it's easy to explain what's the bug, it's for too convoluted to explain. It's fine. I need. Hey, Morn. I like just finished explaining it for like the last half an hour. If you wanted to just rewind the stream a little bit to review. But the long and short of it is that the amount that training costs changes as you level up. But if you manage to get your skill to exactly 200, so whatever skill level you are, the price will be different depending on how high your level is. But if you're exactly 200, it bugs out, and instead of costing you money, it pays you 200,000 gold. That's the important bit of it. And so I managed to get 4 characters all to exactly 200 medicine on all 4 of them. So I'm just continuously training and cancelling the training and then retraining those same 4 characters over and over again. So I'm making 800,000 gold every time I do that. Which is we found quite a few different ways to make money in the game, but yeah, this is the fastest. I haven't found anything faster than this yet. Yeah, after this one, we'll go and we'll do a test. Okay. So we've got 30.6 million now. We've got all our characters back in our party. Now I'll save it. And now let's see if the other exploit works. So the other exploit is donating millions of gold worth of shit to the thing to get your faith up. So we get 10 million gold worth of armor. A bit more worth of ranged. I still need another 5 million worth of stuff. That's right. We'll just go for a trip down to Ubersreich, or I'll go to Bogenhafen. I'll see how much all this stuff is going to be worth. Yeah, so my goal is to get to about, I think about 900 faith, because yeah, I think 75 is the cap for ward save, Anthony was saying, but I've got a skill in my magic tree that gives me plus 5%, so I've only got to get to like 70%. But if I get to 70% base, then plus 5, then I should be at the cap. Okay, we've now got 30 million gold worth of crap. Plus I probably had about 500,000 or a few 100,000 gold worth of stuff to start with. Yeah, I think I probably made like 300,000 or 400,000 gold worth of stuff from blacksmithing, maybe more, maybe like a million. But yeah, we made a lot more from this exploit. Okay, so now I've been saving myself at 150 faith by not putting these points in. Now we'll put all our focus points in. And then we'll just put all that stuff in there. There's a few other so we got 324 points of faith. I was hoping we were going to get more than that. Yeah, so our faith's now, yeah, so normal cap is, well, normal cap for 8.5, normal cap is about 300. But if I was 10.5, the cap would be 330. But yeah, we're at 481. So normally if you get to 330, you'd have 25% ward save. So we've actually been able to get more. We've got 38.5% ward save. That's just all damage reduced by like 40% after armor, after physical resistance. You know, then you get another 40% damage reduction from your ward save. So yeah, so the goal is to get that to 75% or to 70%, and then I can get this perk that gives you 5% ward save as well. So yeah, so we're still a long way off by the looks of it. I'm wondering if there's a difference between what type of items we buy, maybe, if it would help. But yeah, I don't know. No, it doesn't seem like I've bought a few different variations of items and it always came out to about the same. So yeah. Yeah, I like this character. He's yeah, it's mainly in my mind, but it's got like basically he's a yeah, he's like kind of based roughly on Valten as being like the kind of the Exalted of Sigmar, the chosen one. But he's also a descendant of the Hohenbach line. That you know, there was some Hohenbach emperors back in the day, but they were all like mad, crazy, terrible emperors. And yeah, Valtenmerk von Hohenberg is on Hohenbach is yeah, both he's a bit of a megalomaniac. He both believes himself to be the Exalted of Sigmar and the rightful emperor of the Empire. So that's how. So he's got some lofty goals. All right, so I guess we keep going. Now, so we can get to 40 million. Well, I mean, we can certainly get to 40 million. Just a matter of how much time you want to spend doing it, basically. I did spend like 4 hours once fighting a siege solo, just killing like thousands of dudes with a hammer. So, you know, what's he think of Karl Franz then? You know, I guess he thinks of Karl Franz as a misguided fool, maybe. Somewhere between a misguided fool and a downright enemy. Pretender to the throne. Theft of my destiny. Yeah, I haven't, yeah, there's sort of two options. One is that we join Reichland and we fight for Reichland for a while, and we, you know, get good relations with all the other Empire lords and stuff, get everyone popular, get ourselves popular and everything, and then we just and then we steal all of our lands and leave the faction, and then kill and then destroy Reichland and force all their lords to join us. The other option is that we just strike out on our own, capture a territory and make our own empire, and then wait for the other empire factions to die out or kill them ourselves if possible, and then they should join us if we're the weakest faction. But yeah, I was going to stay part of Reichland so that I could use so that I could have a safe storage place, like a castle, to keep all my gear, so that I could save up stuff to do this, because I thought I was going to have to do it over, you know, weeks of gameplay time. But now that I've got this exploit, and I can potentially just do it now, and then it'll be done, and I won't have to worry about trying to keep my hoard of riches safe. Yeah, that kind of opens us up to be able to play around a bit. So I might try the whole like start my own faction thing, and if it doesn't work out, then we can always come crawling back to Karl Franz. I think Karl Franz likes us quite a bit at the moment. So you lose 20 points of relation when you leave a faction, but if you're, you know, if I think we're at like plus 60 or something, so even if we leave, you only have to be above minus, I think minus 10 to be able to join a faction. So we're well above that. So we can leave and rejoin at will. Basically. yeah, but Banner side, I think about all the different enchantments I want to get on my armor and on my companion's armor. Yeah, there's one that gives you, yeah, makes you come back to life the first time you die with 50% health. Good to get one of those on each of our companions. Just have one, each of them have one extra life, especially for the flimsier characters that are more likely to just randomly die from chance and stuff. Excuse me. Then there's yeah, there's one that makes a chance of fire explosions when you hit something. So yeah, that could be kind of cool to just have all of our companions have those, so that they're just blowing everything up in melee. There's also apparently a Shalia one that basically it heals you based on your chance to knock out enemies. So basically, yeah, if you kill stuff while you've got a mace out, because maces usually knock things out, then basically it'll heal you. And Anthony was saying that even if you kill stuff with magic, if you've got a mace equipped, it checks the knockout chance of your weapon when you kill stuff, so it'll heal you while you're casting spells. So that could have cool, just have kind of self-healing going on. The priestesses of Shalia probably don't need it because they heal themselves periodically anyway, and they can wear heavy armor. But it could be good for the others. Hey, Eagles Paul, how you going? But yeah, so far we're serving Kalfrans, and we're you know, happy to do it. We're getting along well enough. But despite our brotherly comradeship, you know, Valtenmerk is a bit of a madman, so there's no telling when his paranoia and madness will get the better of him. He'll turn on Franz. They're stealing his destiny. Hey, Oswald, how you going, buddy? Yeah, I'm okay, man. I'm a bit tired because I haven't slept today, but I got to work tomorrow, so I thought I may as well tire myself out more so I can get a really good sleep, and then hopefully I'll get like a good at least 7 hours sleep, or maybe even 9 or 10, 8 or 9 hours sleep before work tomorrow. I was going to just veg out on the couch for a couple of hours before bed, but I thought, may as well be productive. Do Sigmar's important work. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, my brain's trying to be like, oh, you could just get to 50% ward save, that'd be good enough. But then another part of my brain's like, nah. But then you'd always know that you gave up before you got to 75. Yeah, so this is definitely the best money one. Oh yeah, once we get to 300 plus faith, also we'll be able to do miracles. And what a miracle, the miracle is another exploit that you can do if you've got 300 faith. Basically, every time you pray, like literally every time you pray, you don't even have to have your prayers off cooldown. You can just do it over and over again. You get a special miracle weapon. And the miracle weapon's worth quite a bit of money, like 50,000 gold, and it's worth a bunch of prestige if you sell it to the enchanter. So basically you can just print money using the miracles, so you get 300 faith. Of course, this method's way better than that. way faster. But this requires quite a bit more setup. You've got to get all these characters leveled up to exactly 200 in a skill. How'd you get 75%? By overcapping faith. So currently, if I do this and sell and donate a massive pile of loot to the massive pile of stuff to the shrine, I think we were getting, can't remember, like up to about 450 faith or something. So overcap, and we're getting 38%, 38.5% ward save. So if we just keep doing that, like twice as much more, then yeah, we'll eventually get to the point where we can get to 75 ward save. We'll be the chosen of Sigmar. Of course, it might break our sanity, or my body might break from RSI. But if we're dedicated and we push through, we'll be rewarded with madness and eventual death. But before that, would be glorious. Yeah, we still have to do a lot of shopping for like legendary items and stuff as well. You know, get our primo sets of gear so that we can set up our enchantments and be garbed in armor appropriate Warriors of Sigmar. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wear Warrior Priest armor with different shoulders and helmet. But yeah, I haven't quite decided yet. I've been using just a random star falchion that I picked up, and it's actually not bad. It's high damage, it's a bit slow. But yeah, I've been looking forward to making, you know, a really nice legendary one-handed sword. Or a flail. Yeah, flail could be cool to do the flail or a mace could be good to do the self-healing thing. Yeah, yeah, we need to be we've got a pretty solid army now, so we can actually farm the Gauss portals already. But yeah, the cast portal and the herdstones already to get our blood, dragon blood for our main enchantment ingredients. We also need to farm a heap of beastmen to get materials from them. But yeah, probably the most challenging fights are the really big battles against the Empire, and maybe later on against the vampires, and just having them, yeah, just having so many troops to deal with, basically. Yeah, we can kill like 500-600 dudes, but yeah, you start to run out of people of stuff after a while if you have too many enemies, or if they've got too much DPS. We can sustain pretty much anything as long as we can keep the damage low. But if there's heaps of focus fire happening on us or whatever, we'll get chipped away pretty quick. I did have a little nap for an hour and a half earlier. I'm not quite as comatose as I was before. But I do definitely wish somebody else could do this for me, and I could just sit back and watch. Like, I'd love to go and have a cigarette, but you know, these buttons aren't going to click themselves. One thing I was wondering, I don't think it'll make a difference, but I was wondering if maybe I was like going, like after I put the skill points in, if I'm donating it too fast, like maybe I have to put my focus points in first, then wait a few seconds for it to kind of update the learning rate or whatever, and then donate, in case like maybe it doesn't, you know, doesn't update straight away or something. But I don't think that's makes any difference. But yeah, next milestone that we hit, we do another test. Might just wait a few seconds before I but just to see if that makes any difference. So yeah, I'm making about 800,000. We're making 800,000 every rotation, every time we do 4 of them. We're kicking along pretty good. We started off at 30 million, I think. And now we're at late 45. I do actually want to train these guys in medicine at some point. Like actually level up the medicine skill. So, yeah, I'm wondering if there's any like cutoff points where it'll change. Maybe once we go above, 40 million, maybe it'll be worth less after that, or more after that would be better. Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem to be going up as fast as I had hoped it might. If anyone joins the stream, like right now, it must be so weird. Yeah, exploits like this are a bit a funny one because it's like, I don't know. It's like obviously I'm kind of obsessed with it right now. When I really want to use it and get my guy super high ward save, but it's also like, you know, very unfun. Like, I don't know if I'd ever do this again once you've done it once. But also just because of the nature of this game, it's like hard to, I don't know, hard knowing that you could be doing something to make your character better that you know, but you're not doing it. I know they'll probably update, they'll probably patch this out at some point, I imagine. Doubt it's going to stay as a permanent fixture in the game. But yeah, it might take him a while because it might be one of those things that's a bit because of vanilla, the way vanilla is. Yeah, yeah, no, I was trying to sort of keep it entertaining by talking about my plans and hopes and dreams for the campaign and so forth. Yeah, it's hard. I kind of also want to like look at my character and look at all my different characters and stuff, and sort of you know, plan what I'm planning to do with them and how I'm planning to equip them all and that kind of stuff. But you know, these buttons aren't going to click themselves. Yeah, we'll get to 60 million. Let's see what's up. Suspect we're still going to be way off. I am overweight. I put on some heavier armor because I didn't like getting smashed all the time. But yeah, our magic regeneration is yeah, magic regeneration's quite low. Personal regen magic plus 1.7 per hour. That's 1.7 power from spellcraft. But with our armor weight, it's minus 1.22. Actually check it. Yeah, minus 2.22, minus 1.22. So our armor weight's 13 on the body. That's the main thing. It looks really cool, this armor though. We could get some other Empire general armor that's way better than this, that only weighs 10. We could get a helmet that weighs about 1.5 or 2.5, I think, but it doesn't look as cool. Minus 0.41. 0.97. Yeah, so that's... So I think up to 11 total weight, it doesn't cost you anything. And then after 11, yeah, then you're... So yeah, recharge rate's 2.7 with that. Still 2.7, yeah. So I think up to 11 or 9 or 11, something like that, up to a certain weight, it doesn't cost you anything. But then above that, it's, yeah. So 2.7, just an armor, 1.26. So 7.7. Oh, that's, oh no, so it actually does drop it. There's 2.7 there. 2.21. Okay, so now it must be like 5 or 6 weight that you have no penalty. There's a certain rate below which you get no penalty, but then above that it's like, yeah. But yeah, so even with just that, we're down to 1.26. But we're at 0.97. .81. So that's kind of, that looks kind of cool like that actually. But yeah, I feel like you just need some sort of shoulders, but I don't think there's anything that's lightweight enough. Yeah, that puts us, the shoulders put us in negatives. That's right. Yeah, it'd be good to be in. It's good to just have positive amount because you can get enchantments that will give you a little bit every time you go into battle. You get a little bit of winds of magic. But if you've got negative regeneration, then it'll just slowly peter away again all the time. Whereas if you've got even just the tiniest bit of positive, so that it's not dripping away, then at least you can, you know, it'll always kind of be there when I need it. I don't really use magic much, but it'd be nice to have the option sometimes. Yeah, we've got Celestial Wizard, the Wind of Azure, which is the one that's the most associated with Sigmar. Hey, Cogmonkey. back on the grind again. To 53.8 million now. Obsessed with the mission of getting to 75% ward save. Is this some sort of speed dating thing? Yeah, basically. I date 4 priestesses at once. And then I dump them. And then I date them again. Over and over again. Sort of a treat them mean, keep them keen type of scenario. Missed one. Yeah, we'll just get to 60 million. Do another test. See how close we are. Yeah, I think my initial estimate of 16 million is not accurate. Now we're going for 60 million. Yeah, I think Anthony joked just when I said 16 million. I think Anthony joked and said, "I'll just go to 50 million to be safe." And yeah, here we are, over 50 million. Might have to. Yeah, might have to go and have that cigarette soon. Relations and notables gone up due to high loyalty in my settlements. Pretty cool. Alright, that's 60 million. Gonna go and have a cigarette and refresh my cup of tea, and then we'll find out how much faith that gets us. I'm reckoning it's gonna be maybe 500, 600, but I don't think we're gonna be anywhere close to the 900-ish I think that we need. But yeah, we shall see. Back in a few minutes. Here we go. 60 million. 60 million gold worth of stuff. Hopefully this might get us close to it. I've kind of, I don't know, my soul's wilting as I'm doing this. That I'm feeling like no matter how much I do, it's still never going to be enough. But yeah, we'll see. To go to enough places to actually buy 60 million gold worth of stuff. To buy multiple cities. If we have to get much more than this, then we're gonna need to go to like 7 or 10 cities to get enough stuff to buy. I might have to buy more horses to carry the crap. Actually got it. It's taking a while to load our inventory now. Alright, 60 million gold worth of stuff. I guess I might do this a bit earlier this time. Just in case it makes any difference. Dragon blood, so we've got a few enchantments to do. So many money poles, yep. It took a while to load in. $415 points. How much did we get last time? I thought we got about that much last time. Oh no, a bit more. A little bit more. We were at 38%. We were at 38% ward save last time. Brutal. So it's like 30 million. So 15 million got us to 38% ward save, and then 60 million only got us to 45% ward save. So I don't know how to work that out. But I'm guessing like 120 million is still not going to get us there. Oh well, we'll just keep going. We get there. We got this. Yeah, I wonder. I keep wondering if there's something else that I'm not doing, like that I could be that would make it better. You know, I guess putting more points into discipline obviously would be better. Hmm. Hmm. There you go, Rude. We're doing an exploit to get our ward save up to, trying to get our ward save up to 70%, which is a lot, very far from where we currently are. Let's try to get these. I might just do another test and just see what it would be like if we didn't put our learning limit up as much. Yeah, I wonder if the learning limit affects it a lot, or if it seems to like scale down or something. Like the higher we get, seemingly less it seems to work. So yeah, I need to get 5/5 so I can at least get to 250. So I was thinking, what about if I just put 1 point in there and see how much less we get. I don't suppose like party morale would affect it or anything. Maybe if I like got my morale up higher, that would help or something. I don't know. I mean, there's no reason to think that that would make a difference, but yeah. Oh, I wonder if... Oh yeah, I'm a fanatic of Sigmar, so I can't be any more fanatical than that. Hey, Brutus. I don't find chaos portals there. Yeah, there's only one chaos portal. It's in Averheim. It's in Averland, just south of Averheim. There's also a bunch of different Beastmen herdstones that you can also farm, scattered around the place. $308, yeah, that's definitely a lot less. Oh, that's definitely a bit less. 43.8. Yeah, it didn't make that much difference though, did it? Like, what did we have before? 45 point something. Hmm. Trying to get a ton of arcane scrolls. I don't think you really get arcane scrolls from the Chaos Portal. Yeah. Maybe you get them from looting. Maybe you get them from fighting chaos chaos parties. I think there's a bunch of chaos parties around near the Chaos Portal. You could try farming them. No, in Avalanche, sorry. Otherwise, there's these occultists around that you can chase down. You're probably better off going with a small party of cavalry and just coming and auto-resolving them, just going back in or not. But probably wouldn't be that quick. If you play as a Empire Magister, you just passively get free scrolls every day. Every Magister in your party, if you're a Magister, every Empire Magister in your party gives you a chance of free scrolls every day. So you just end up having hundreds of them. But if you're not a Magister, then obviously being a Magister is not an option for you. Playing as Necroc. It's defected and joined the Von Carsteins. Ah, interesting. I think there's some exploit you can do, or there's some bugs with certain enchanting recipes. Like if you play around with a few different enchanting recipes, I think there's. Do you have a discount? Does the Necroc have a discount on enchanting through their perks somehow? I think that Anthony was saying if you've got any sort of discount thing, then it makes some certain recipes bug out. And then so you maybe play around with different recipes. There'll be one recipe that instead of costing you materials, it actually gives you materials. You can just make it infinitely and just get more and more materials. So if you're lucky and it's an arcane scroll one, then That could be the answer. You might want to save it and just play around with some different enchantments and see what happens. Oh, actually, I'm not sure if you even have to save it. I think it'll tell you when on the screen, you know, that it's going to give it to you instead of taking it away, but I'm not sure. I might need Anthony to explain that one. I had it happen to me when I was playing my Runesmith, but I forget, you know, the details of it now. I don't know if I can keep doing this. My spirit is weakening. Like if I knew how long, like if I knew that I needed to get like, you know, 100 million or 300 million or something, if I knew there was a certain amount, like then I could maybe do it. I could chip away at it, you know, but like, I don't know, every time I like every time I do it, I've been doubling the amount, you know, like I made like 8 million, then I made 16 million, then I made like 30 million, then I made 60 million, and it just keeps going, like the amount of improvement keeps being less and less every time. It's very soul destroying. It's funny because like this makes so much money so fast, like ridiculously fast, millions, like, you know, like crazy amounts of money. And you know, my first experience, because my goal is so ridiculous, that like my first experience of this exploit that gives you like the most ridiculously amount of money of any exploit is that it's painfully slow. It just doesn't give you anywhere near enough money. That's how I'm experiencing it, even though it's actually ridiculously lucrative. I'm just literally thinking, why is it so slow? Why can't I get more? Why can't I get 50 million every time I do it instead of 200,000? The greed. Yeah, I wonder if it would be actually faster to like fight wars and just keep all of the gear that you loot. I think Anthony said he did it, and he reckons that he just basically had to play a whole campaign and just keep all of the loot that he made through the whole campaign. Running siege defenses. Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe that's the other thing. Maybe I should just like make a killer army and then just take over a settlement, declare war on everybody, and then just sit there and kill everything over and over again until I've got enough stuff. And then just crawl across the campaign map to the shrine and do it. I wonder if... yeah, I've been saving, yeah. I wonder if also I let my my faith keeps going up. Like, so 158 now. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just because my faith keeps incrementally going up. So maybe if I was at 150 faith, it would be heaps easier. Like maybe that 8 points is like a massive difference. Yeah, in terms of in-game time, nothing's as fast as this. But in terms of real lifetime, this is still, I don't know, it feels quite slow. Smithing, yeah, smithing's good. Smithing's good, but smithing's good, but yeah, fighting is good too. Just depends what you like doing. I hope that 8 points isn't the problem. Like if it was just at 150, maybe it'd be way better. Yeah, I've taken this off because I keep getting faith XP. My faith keeps slowly going up from going into towns. Yeah, I reckon maybe that is what it is. It's just like, because when I first started it, my faith was 154 or something. And then it went up to, yeah, now it's at 158. Maybe my learning rate's just been going down, maybe. I don't know, maybe. Or maybe there is some sort of scaling effect going on. But yeah, the perception of time is if I just saved it up during the course of a normal campaign, it would probably feel a lot better. But yeah, the only problem with saving it up is if you ever lose a battle and lose all of your stuff, then you've lost, like, you know, millions of things worth of stuff. Actually, no, I don't think it is it can't be the learning rate, because when I didn't put as many points in, the learning rate only went, the learning rate went down by a bit, probably not more than it would have gone from those levels. Yeah, it's setting up next to setting up next to Alberheim is quite good if you want to farm chaos stuff. I was just reading an article about Stoic Seneca's. Seneca's a famous Stoic, and his thoughts about grieving. And yeah, I didn't get to read the whole article. I was just started reading it when I was having a cigarette before, but it sounded interesting. It was basically saying that some people criticize Seneca for like maybe softening the Stoic philosophy, which I assume would have been like, there's nothing virtuous about grieving, so you should just not do it, or something like that, but apparently Seneca was a bit softer in his approach. But yeah, he said something along the lines of like, it's okay to weep because it's sort of, something somewhat natural to the human condition, as long as you don't weep too much, and as long as you push down those tears. I said, I was like, yeah, that's as far as I got, but I was like, I'm interested to see where this goes. Yeah, there's I think there's definitely some interesting stuff in the Stoic philosophers. I think, yeah, I think well, I don't know if I know it well enough to really comment on it, but I think like commonly, we are motivated by seeking pleasure and avoiding pain, basically, as your kind of main motivations in life. But like with our sort of excess, like with food and stuff, you've got so much access to food, and sometimes if you don't feel good or whatever, you want to eat food because it makes you feel better, or it feels nice, but like that whole equation doesn't really work when you've got unlimited food, because you just keep eating it and it doesn't really make you feel that good after a while, or not in the long run. And but yeah, so anyway, like, whereas the Stoic philosophy, I guess, or one of the main tenets of it, is that you're aiming for virtue. Like the only thing that's of any value in the world is virtue, basically. And so like, like getting pleasure from food, for example, is not of any value to you. It's only the virtue of it that would be of value. And yeah, I don't know if that's exactly how I used to think of it, but yeah, when I remember when I was dieting a few years ago, I did have a bit of a paradigm shift with that sort of stuff. Like, when I would eat a meal, instead of thinking, oh, I'm going to eat this meal because I'm hungry and it's going to be pleasurable, I would be like, I'm going to eat this meal because it's dinner time and I need to eat a certain amount of nutrients, and I'm going to enjoy the meal. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm definitely going to enjoy the meal because I was only eating one meal a day at the time, so I was looking forward to the meal. But I wasn't eating the meal for pleasure. I was eating the meal because that was the right thing to do. I have to have one meal a day for my goals and to survive and stuff. So, you know what I mean? So it's like, so yeah, you kind of like, and I don't know, I just feel like not that I'm particularly good at it, or that I'm particularly disciplined or anything, but I did notice that there was, you know, kind of doing the things because it's the right thing to do, and then taking pleasure in it wherever you can, as a byproduct, rather than doing, you know, what you think is pleasurable, you know, kind of thing. I don't know, yeah. But I don't know, not to say that I follow that philosophy by any means, but I just thought it was an interesting interesting paradigm, I don't know, philosophy, I guess. But yeah, so when I saw this little article about grief, I was like, Stoics on grief. I was like, interesting. Where's the virtue to be had there? When I say virtue, I don't mean like necessarily like, you know, virtue signaling and acting like you're all awesome and shit. I just mean like, you know, doing things that are good, you know, that you feel are good things to do. Not necessarily like good in, well, I guess sort of, yeah, good in the moral sense, I guess, but not necessarily in like a religious sense or anything, just in a, just, you know, like if you see a broken hinge on a door and you think, I'm going to fix this broken hinge because that would be a good thing to do, you know, it's just fundamentally more good than not fixing the broken hinge, you know, like kind of thing or whatever. Yeah, that kind of thing. I'm too lazy to do philosophy. Yeah, well, I guess I'm like, it's not so much that I've got more energy or that I'm more driven to do it. It's just more that there's nothing else that really matters. So, you know, you got nothing else to do. You may as well philosophize. Man, I wish I had have cancelled that perk that gave me those extra few levels. I wish I'd have been more careful about capping my my faith at 150. Because because there's no way really to know now whether that's really making a huge difference or not. And if it is, then all of this pain that I'm going through now is self-inflicted. You know, like if I had it, like if I find out later that if I could have been just saved it at 150 and then like 8 million gold would have done it. But because I went to 158 it now needs like 300 million gold or something. But I don't know. We shall see, I guess. Well, probably won't see, but we will get some more information. I'll go to like 90 million and try that and see if we can make any more conclusions. Be good if like there was a step where if you get over, I don't know, 600 faith or something, then all of a sudden you get like you're way faster. We're just like, you know, we just haven't quite got to that step, but as soon as we break through, then it'll be fine. I very much doubt that that's the case, but yeah, the thing that most makes sense, I don't necessarily think it's the case fully, but the only thing that I can think that could be it is that the fact that I leveled up like one more point in faith, and it might have slowed down my leveling rate. The only thing the only thing that we know of so far, there could easily be a hidden scaling. Yeah, but we do know that leveling up does slow down the learning rate, so, but we don't know how much. Well, I mean, I guess we do know how much, but we don't know how that interacts with this system. I wonder if Google will I'll try and see what the Google AI. See if the AI can figure it out. Oh, okay. So it's saying my learning rate actually would be no different, because if I've got 8, if I'm at 8.5, then the learning rate would be 11.5. But when I was at 150, it would have still been 11.5 because this green area is here. I'm below the soft cap. So if you're below the soft cap, then you have the full learning rate. It's only once you go above that soft cap that you get the reduced learning rate. You can still go way above this green line. It's just that this is that's where you get the full learning rate. So apparently it's saying, yeah, I don't know if, I think that sounds right. I don't know, but yeah, it always sounds right. but yeah, it's basically saying that, yeah, my learning rate would be no different. So presumably that means it shouldn't have hurt me. So I wonder if that means that I'd be actually better off to level up my faith naturally to 220 and then do it. We can do it now. When we get to 90 million, when we do our next lot of testing, I might do I won't do 2 tests. I'll do one test where I dump everything in straight away and see what we get to. And then I'll do another test where we go up to 219 or something. So we're just below the soft cap and hopefully still have the same learning rate, and then dump the rest in and see if it makes any difference. Two favorite philosophy books are A Book of Five Rings and The Consolations of Philosophy. I like the Book of Five Rings, although I feel like as a philosophy book, it's not like, it's really cool, but it's not like, it's like, I don't know, like it's kind of like his like warrior kind of philosophy, you know, like I don't feel like it's as, I don't know. Like I feel like it's not as well thought out as some other, you know. It's there, like it's definitely got some really good stuff in it, like the fundamental idea of it. is pretty good, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's definitely got some flaws or some limitations. Maybe limitations is more like the thing. I guess the idea of just going around, you know, going around dealing with the world as if you're a warrior, just like, you know what I mean, I mean, it definitely appeals to me, but I mean, like, think trying to be objective about it, I don't know if it's like for everybody, you know. That's definitely very cool. More ethics. What do you like about it? Or what's your favorite thing about it? Give me some idea porn. Hitting people with sticks, what's not to like? Killing people with sticks. I suppose that's one of the main things that stands out to the modern reader, you know. Going around killing people in duels all the time. As a profession, you know. Seems it seems very cool, don't get me wrong. No, I'm losing faith. But I've got a couple of new ideas I want to try out, so this is he's a mercenary. Yeah, Empire Merc. Yeah, Empire Merc, and I chose Celestial Wizardry on your recommendation because it's the one that's most associated with Sigmar. Although he doesn't really cast spells because his armor's too heavy, so he never has any magic. He casts axe and hammer. Well, he casts sword at the moment, but in his mind, it's a hammer. My sword is the hammer of Sigmar. Criticizes the 47 Ronin for not taking immediate action. What's the 47 Ronin? Is that when all those students of that school that he beat up the master that like ambushed him? And then he developed his like two sword style to like fight off multiple combatants and whatever. But yeah, so we donated 60. So we donated 30 million gold worth, and we got up to 38% ward save. And then I donated 60 million gold, and we only got up to like 45 or 46% ward save. So it's like, you know, and it feels like we're getting like diminishing returns. But I did notice that my faith had gone up. I was 157 and then I got up to 158. So I have this fear that like maybe those extra 8 points above 50, about above 150 is making it way harder. But I don't think the learning rate actually changes until you get up to the soft cap. So it shouldn't make any difference, but I don't know, it's a niggling worry. But the other side thing of that was, I was thinking, if it doesn't make any difference until you get up to the soft cap, then what we maybe could do is actually level up to 219 or 220, which is the soft cap, and we should still have the same, we should still have the exact same learning rate, and then dump it all in afterwards. 47 Ronin was samurai of some daimyo to revenge their dead daimyo, assassinated person, or daimyo perform seppuku. Oh, I don't know anything about that. Is that something to do with Musashi? Is that something to do with him, or is that just another unrelated story that he commented on? And was Musashi involved in that, or was it just an unrelated incident that he commented on? Ah, okay. He just wrote a criticism about it. What's that book about no music? I don't know what's going on there. The music just kind of cuts out randomly and comes back in again sometimes or whatever, doesn't it? You reckon they'd be better off trying and failing immediately? Did they actually succeed in the end, or did they fail? Did they wait and then fail? Yeah, I kind of get. I mean, was his reasoning that the whole point of it was that it's about honor, and that if they had have tried immediately and even if they failed, then their honor would have been satisfied and they would have been successful in what it was setting out to do. Whereas by waiting around for ages, even if they are successful, then it's still not really as honorable as if they had have just charged out, rage pulled it straight away. More honorable to do it immediately, even if they lose. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I agree. Fuck those pussies. What's that other samurai book about like kind of the way of the samurai and stuff? Maybe it's called just called Bushido or something, or I can't remember. It's got all those like cool sayings about how a samurai should meditate upon his death every day. You should imagine being torn apart by, you should imagine being eaten by sharks and drowned in the ocean and torn apart by wolves and burnt in a fire, so that when his eventual death does come, he won't be shocked and he'll be able to act, decisively even in that moment of death, kind of thing. It's like, fuck yeah, samurai. I know. I always thought that quote was cool because it kind of makes sense. It sort of makes sense with sword fighting as well, because especially with that type of sword fighting, like with samurai swords and stuff, yeah, you can, if you train to be able to strike after you've taken a lethal blow, if you're still able to deliver a lethal blow back, then as a soldier you're way more effective. You know what I mean? That's super good, because it's like double hits in sword fighting are pretty common, and it's quite hard to not it's quite easy to hit. It's relatively easy to hit the other person if you don't care whether you get hit. Whereas most of the time you don't want to get hit, and so hitting the other person without you risking getting hit is very hard. So there's a certain amount of like confidence and like bravado that's required for swordplay, I think, because real sword fighting, because you need to be able to like decisively hit them and know that you won't get hit, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, but that whole thing of like being able to strike, you know, a decisive blow even as you're being killed. Obviously, you know, on an individual basis, it doesn't help you very much. It's not really something you should aim for, but as a way of training soldiers, it makes a lot of sense because, you know, instead of, you know, instead of you going, if their guys aren't able to strike a decisive blow as while they're dismayed from dying, then each of their guys will only get one kill, one for one kill, you know, whereas your guys will get 1.3 kills per kill or whatever, and you know, you'll win. Funny thing about Bushido is that it's a modern invention. Actual samurai went above doing nasty shit and acting in ways. I don't know if it's a modern invention. I think it was an invention from just after the classic. Like there was like the brutal kind of samurai period, like proper samurai period. There was just all warfare, and that's where all the samurais kind of that whole like militarized samurai thing came about. But then after that, there was this sort of like aesthetic samurai thing that was a bit more about studying the way of the samurai and shit. I feel like it's that period that it kind of came. Well, I guess it's been developing. It's kept on developing and developing. Yeah. Well, after the actual time of the proper war samurai. Well, depends what you mean by proper, I suppose, as well. But yeah, it's such a interesting period of. It's kind of like like the Wild West in the America, you know, with the westerns, all those western movies and stuff. Like it's such an interesting period with like all this kind of opportunity for chaos and adventure and stuff to happen and stuff. And yeah, and whole samurai period with like, you know, all the wars and warriors and all of the like, you know, political shit going on and family things and you know, assassinations and subterfuge and shit. You know, it's like, yeah, there's so much like, I don't know. So just, yeah, definitely a very you know, a time period that fascinates us. Maybe he was criticizing that concept of waiting, and then somebody applied it to that thing that happened. So sort of saying like he wouldn't have approved of this if he had been around or something. There was some anime about Masashi was in, but it was like it had like demons and shit, and he was, you know, it was like a fantasy type thing, but there was a Masashi character in there, and yeah, I don't know. I remember being really disappointed because like the actual story of like his life is like pretty badass, like with a bit of embellishment or whatever. Whereas like I don't know, I just felt like, you know, all this demon bullshit was like distraction. Yeah, I was gonna say like the samurai were around before that samurai period, but I think they were mainly like horse archers. But then there was that whole kind of like super warfare, militarized, you know, time when there was just like shitloads of samurai all over the place, just mass armies of samurai going to war with each other all over the place. And I think that's kind of like the main period that I think of as the, I don't know, the high samurai period, I guess, or whatever. What's that era referred to as? It's bad when you don't know the words for things, so you have to say some really long bumbly sentence when you could just say the Ito period or whatever it's called. Sengoku Jidai. I don't know what that means. Maybe. Does it mean the Ito period? Feudal Japan, or the samurai era, is generally referred to as feudal Japan or the age of the shogunate. The shogun era. Kamakura period, 1185 to 1333. Muramaki Sengoku period. The Sengoku period, yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. 1336 to 1573. Age of Warring States. And then there was the Edo period, yeah. Edo Tokugawa period, 1603 to 1868. Final 250-year era of peace and strict social case under the Tokugawa shogunate before the Meiji Restoration. I'm guessing it's the Muramaki period that I'm thinking of. Yeah. But yeah, I think feudal Japan probably works pretty well. Like if you say feudal Japan, like that's the first thing people will think of is like, oh yeah, when there was samurais and wars everywhere and shit. Getting distracted. Not click. These buttons won't click themselves. Yeah. I guess a lot of times they don't like bunches of armed dudes wandering around. They tend to turn to banditry or rally behind somebody else that you don't want them to be rallied behind. The Greenskin Boss career questline? Yeah, I think they're thinking about changing that. I think there was I don't know if you saw the update recently, the most recent update. They talked about how the next race is going to be Beastmen. There's a new model for Minotaurs and some new other models for Beastmen and stuff. And yeah, I think they said mentioned something about wanting to rework some of the more tedious quest lines. Or maybe oh, maybe not. Maybe that was someone else saying that. Playable Beastmen is going to be fun. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I can't really imagine how they're going to do it. So, you know, like if I could already like, oh yeah, it's going to be like this, I know exactly what it's going to be like, then I could probably like guess whether I'm going to like it or not. But I have like no fucking idea how they're going to do it. Like, I think if the Beastmen are any kind of normal faction, like any other faction, it will just be really shit and not be representative of how Beastmen should be. Like, the Beastmen shouldn't have towns, they shouldn't have shops, they shouldn't have any of that shit, you know what I mean? So, you know, I don't know, I feel like it's going to be really weird if they just, you know, have Beastmen towns with Beastmen bakers and shopkeepers and tavern keepers and stuff. So yeah, so I kind of have no idea what they're going to do. And either they could do something really cool, or they could sort of be law friendly and just not have any towns or whatever, and not replace it with anything, and it would be kind of a bit shit and, you know, worse than every other faction. So I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I assume they're going to have a think about it and do something cool, but got no idea. I wonder if that means they'll get a bit more variety of gear. They won't all look the same. Hey, Benevario. I'm sorry. Hey, Benarivo. Welcome. I've been to Germany. Germany's the only country I've been to apart from Australia. Oh, well, actually, while we were in Germany, we did go to... What's that country that's in between Germany and France? Yeah, I went to the Netherlands like for one night, and we went to Luxembourg. Yeah, maybe. Is there another one? Hey, Sam. Belgium. Yeah, Belgium. Yeah, we went to Belgium just to see a fortress that is there, big fortress on a hill, and to have dinner. Bruges is nice. I don't know where we went exactly. Maastricht or something. Does that sound like a place? Does that have a fort? I think we went to somewhere called Maastricht or something like that, and it had a big fortress built into a hill with cannons and shit. Well, there was no cannons when we went there, but there used to be cannons there. It was cool. Prime sub time. Hey, thanks, Karath. I'll name one of my mighty heroes in your honor. Do you have a preference? Delicious. We've got one elf that's like our elf bro. From he's like our elven guide. Got a few damsels. Got a light wizard. Warrior priest of Sigmar. I actually think I got a celestial wizard that needs a name. Arcwind kind of sounds like a celestial wizard name. Never been to Belgium. I was in Austria, Netherlands, Denmark, Poland, Sweden, Czech, Italy, and Bulgaria, but I think Italy is by far the best one. Yeah, I would like to go to Italy and eat their tomatoes. Oh, so you reckon Rome's not very touristy, and some people don't like that. Touristy around the specific places like the Colosseum, yeah. Makes sense. Ah, fuck. Clicked the wrong thing. Why does this guy got flagellants guarding his town? God damn it, why didn't I just go in the menu? When we get to 9 million, or when we get to 90 million, sorry. Another test. Seven-lane street crossing. Sounds hectic. Yeah, I'm not very well traveled. Like I said, I've only been to Germany, and I went to Germany for a couple of weeks, and yeah, apart from that, yeah, only while we were there, we stopped off in some other countries nearby for a day trip or whatever. But yeah, traveling from Australia is a little bit of a different yeah. Like one thing like I didn't know when I was a kid is that in other countries like in Britain and stuff, I think when you go to another country, you might say you're going abroad, whereas in Australia you say we're going overseas, because yeah, you literally can't go to another country except by crossing seas. Why do I keep doing that? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you could go to New Zealand or to Southeast Asia. Why do we keep doing that? But yeah, it's a big trip. But yeah, a lot of people like to travel around Australia. Yeah, like Western Australia is like thousands of kilometers away from here, and same with Northern Queensland. But yeah, it's like a lot of, you could probably go through like 6 countries to, you know, on your way. If you travel the same distance across Europe, you could probably cross by like six countries or whatever in the same period, same distance. Yeah, I feel like America is kind of similar to Australia in that way of being like quite sort of like I imagine they've got a similar attitude where like everything else is like really far away and kind of has nothing to do with me, you know. Whereas I think when you're in Europe, it's like everything is really close and everything has something to do with everything else, you know. I think that was one thing that really struck me when we were staying with some friends in, I think they live in the southeast part of Germany. Is that like Bavaria or something? I don't know. I can't remember exactly what it was called where they live, but yeah, we were talking. I don't know. I think there was war in Serbia or something at the time, and it was like, yeah, it was a trip to be like, you know, seeing something on the news about a war in Europe, and it's like, oh yeah, that's really far away, but you know, you don't really like, you know, you're, you know, vaguely concerned about it, I guess, in some very generalistic way, you know what I mean? But it's like somewhere really far away, you know. Whereas if you're in like southeastern Germany, then it's like, you know, this is some shit that's happening like really close by to us, you know, like, and it's a lot more, you know, like, yeah, I don't know, just, yeah, that was quite a trip for me. Like, yeah, I imagine, yeah, Britain's probably a bit like that too. Yeah, you kind of like a bit isolated. Everything's in Europe is kind of over there. Whereas, yeah, mainland Europe, it seems like everything is kind of connected and stuff. Yeah, we were in that Bavaria area. I think it was Bavaria. I'm not sure. Is what's the capital of? Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah, that was pretty nice. But I'm not sure if it was like because that was a particularly nice area, or if it was because the people we were hanging out with were nice. But either way, it was nice. Yeah, just because the loading time takes a few seconds, so it's kind of more efficient to have a few of them. But the amount of money that we need to do it is like so crazy. I'm going to do a test when I get to 90 million, so we're pretty close. Munich, yeah, I think it was Munich, yeah. Yeah, so I think when I did 16 million, I can't remember what 16 million was. When I did 30 million, it got us to 38.5 ward save. And so then I did 60 million and it only got us to 45.8% ward save. So I feel like we're getting a bit of like, you know what I mean? Like a bit of diminishing returns or something. All right, get another cigarette break, and then we'll come back and see what 90 million gets us. My prediction is it's going to be fuck all, and my soul will die a little bit. But the other thing I was going to test was, so you missed a little bit of thing I was having. I was thinking like I was a bit worried that this 158, because I let it, instead of keeping it 150 exactly, I let it creep up to 158, and I was thinking, oh, maybe that's fucked me because of like the learning rate or whatever. But I don't think it matters, because if I'm at 8.5, then the learning rate is 11.5 up to the, I think up to this soft cap. If I was, I think it was saying basically that the learning rate doesn't change, like anywhere in here, the learning rate's always going to be 11.5. So it doesn't matter whether it was 150 or 158 or whatever. So I think it's fine. I don't think that's ruining me. Maybe it is, I don't know. I don't think it's ruining me though. But the other thing I was thinking of is, I wonder if it might be better or different somehow if I level up to 219 and check that I've still got the 11.5 learning rate, which I think I should have, and then dump it in from 219 and see if that makes a difference, you know? But yeah. You know. Anyway, just gonna go to the bathroom and have a cigarette. Back in a sec. Then we'll try 90.5 million. Oh yeah, I just realized. The whole point of it is the learning rate stays consistent the whole time. Yeah, no, I was worried that the learning rate. Yeah, I was worried that the learning rate was ruined by me letting my faith get up to 158, but the learning rate doesn't change between 150 and 158. It's the same learning rate, so it doesn't make any difference. I believe. But I just realized what the issue is. It's that there must be a formula for the amount of XP that the levels raise. So because every level requires more XP than the previous level, and even though the game only goes up to level 330, presumably 331 is more XP than 330, and 332 is more XP. You know, so basically, you know, we're still getting the same amount of XP. We are getting like 90 million is 50% more XP than 60 million. It's just that doesn't get you as many levels, and that's why we're not getting as much. We're getting diminishing returns. So yeah. But the other thing about that is that we could theoretically actually calculate how much XP we need to get to you know, level 900, and yeah, I guess I have to get to about level 900 or something, 950 or something to get to 75. To get 75 ward save, we need level 999. No, 990. So to get to 70, which is what I need to get to, I guess we probably need to get to 930 or something like that. So yeah. Let's test it out. Does Merc get 10 from a skill tree? Nah, I'm mercenary. Yeah, I don't get any ward save. The Majesty gets like 30% ward save, I think, from his skill tree, doesn't he? Sigmar demands tribute, indeed. Yes, he does. Hey, Meredith, I'm trying to donate millions of gold to Sigmar so I can get really high faith. Thanks, Cook Monkey. Have a good one, buddy. Yeah, it's giving up air travel for Australians would be quite isolating. Just keep a little bit of walking around money. There's a lot of beastmen. You can see my proud yet? I'm trying, man. We need to get a bunch of prestige together so we can make peace with Bastogne. I think we need 400 to suggest that we make peace with them, and then we might need another 150 or something to make it happen. .5 learning rate. I guess I could pray to get like 1 extra point, but it wouldn't really make much difference. $486 points of faith. Now 644. It's pretty. That seems like a fair bit more than we got before. Still in 51.5. But I feel like we're getting there. just seeing if Google can help us. XP is 0.5 times level times the square root of the level plus 10.5 times the level plus 30, which totals approximately 2.12 million XP to get from 158 to 644. So 2.12 million. How much XP to get from 158 to level 900? It costs what? That can't be right. It says from level 58 to 644 is 2.1 million XP, and level 644 to 900 is 122 million XP. So 60 times what we've already done. But yeah, I don't think that's right. It's 64,000 for this level. So yeah, we definitely don't get any. Yeah, I don't think we get any ward save. We get physical resistance, and that's about it, I think. 10% personal melee physical resistance. Ranged physical resistance. But I feel like that's I don't know. Felt like that gave us a good chunk. We're getting there. Just another few million to go. 55 versus 75 ward save for another 2 hours every time. Good enough. Oh, yeah, actually, I've probably run out of time now. I don't feel tired, but I should probably go to bed. Tomorrow, 8-hour stream of just fucking doing this. Well, what we could do is just everyone who can potentially get 200 medicine, we'll give everyone 200 medicine. Can he get 200 medicine? I don't think he can get 200. No, he can't get 200. Actually, I don't think no one else can get 200. I mean, some of them could get 200 if I want to put points in, but... Yeah. Anthony was saying ward save in this game is apparently capped at 75%. So if I get 990 faith, then that would give me 75% ward save. But I do have this perk that I can get. Yeah, I've got this perk that I can get that'll give me 5% ward save. So I only really need to get to probably level 900 or something, or 930 or something. So yeah, I feel like we're getting there, but we still have a long way to go. But I mean, 644 is pretty solid compared to 330, which is the normal maximum. I suppose, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should give up on the quest to get 75. Maybe that's excessive. I mean, 51% plus 5, 55% ward save is pretty solid. But it's only about as much as a Magister would get normally, though. So you know what I mean. So in a way, that doesn't sound that sexy. Whereas 75 is like more than anyone else can get. That would prove that I am the chosen of Sigmar. You know. Mm-hmm. I think I think Magister gets 30% in their skill tree, or 25% maybe. They can get 50% ward save, something like that. Is there any ward save is there any ward saving chance that the Empire can get? I know dwarfs can get a ward saving chance, but I don't know if Empire can. Just Dowie and Azra, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ward save can't go over 75%. Yeah, and yeah, anyone who didn't know, I didn't know this. Ward save is applied after armor and after physical resistance. I just assumed the ward save, like if you were getting attacked by a physical damage, then ward save and physical resistance would stack together, but they don't. Two different physical resist sources will stack together, so you can get 100% physical resist, but ward save doesn't stack with physical resist. It's applied separately afterwards, which is, good and bad. Yeah, so Magister gets 10% ward save. And then 20, yeah, he gets 30% ward save. So yeah, so Magister can get 55% ward save if they're under 11 armor. So I feel like we need to at least beat that. Yeah, Sigmar Priests get 5 ward save. Wolf Priests get 5 ward save from Wolf Pelts. Knights get wards at 15%. Knights get 15% ward save when using a shield. That's pretty cool. And 6% personal ward save. Oh wow, so Knights get 11% ward save. plus the 25% that they can normally get from faith. Should have been a knight. Yeah, I mean, Ezra, I get it. I don't know, if it's really going to take me 120 million XP, then yeah, I definitely can't do that, because that's ridiculous. I mean, it's already ridiculous. I've already probably spent like 6 hours or more like doing this. But I feel like I need to get more than a Magister at least. You only get 25% from faith though. It'd be good if you got ward save from one of these perks. Yeah, 330 is 25% ward save, I think. Yeah, 60% is pretty good. Oh, shit. Just can't do it anymore. Can't do it anymore. I'm broken. No, I can still do it. I can still do it. We'll just do another, we'll just do another 30 million. That should be enough to hopefully get over 55. And then we'll have 60% with the 5%. What we understand it was 51%, wasn't it? Don't think you'd even notice the difference between 55 to 75. Yeah, you would definitely make it. The difference between 50% and 75% is that you take 50% less damage. Because, if you've got 50% ward save, then you're only taking half damage. If you've got 75, you're only taking a quarter. So you're literally taking 50% less damage. It's like huge. That's the thing. It's like a weird reverse diminishing returns with ward save. Like the closer you get to 0, the more effective each point is, kind of. you know, in terms of the percentage of the remaining damage that it's reducing it by. That's ignoring all other damage resistances. Yeah, it's applied after those. It doesn't stack with them though. So like, just say I get hit in the head with a Minotaur's axe that does plus 100% physical damage. Then I just get one shot and I'm dead. But if I've got 75% damage reduction, then I'm just like, eat shit, Minotaur. I've still got half health. you know? And it's like, yeah, it's also like the tank mentality as well. Like, if you don't have any armor and you don't have any ward save or physical resistance, then you will be an archer and you'll be like constantly on the move, dodging and shit, because you can't afford to take any damage, otherwise you'll die instantly, right?
But once you got like armor and a shield and everything, you'll get into the melee. You'll mix it up a little bit, you know. If you've got like, you know, effectively 75% damage resistance as well as that, you'll be able to, you'll like roll into like 8 dudes at once and, you know, fucking beat them all up and not give a shit, you know. But like if you've got like 80%, or what did I say then? 75. Yeah, so 75. If you've got like 83%, then you'll be out that point where you can just be in the middle of a massive army of dudes that are all just hitting you from every direction, and you'll still be able to fight your way out of it, you know. But if there's like a bunch of minotaurs all around you hacking you or whatever, you won't be able to. But if you have that like 95%, you know, like it's like, I don't know, it's like, yeah, like yeah, I don't know, it's like the more the tankier you are, the tankier you want to be, kind of, in a way. Anyway, I realize that you're trying to make it easier for me to accept that I can't have my dream of 75% ward save. Maybe that can be because Hohenbach's a megalomaniac and shit, and he's crazed. That can be the thing. If he was really the Exalted of Sigmar, then he'd have 75% ward save, but he's actually not. He's not. He's only Sigmar's like third favorite guy, so he's only got 55% ward save. But yeah, no, I think yeah, 60% ward save plus 60% ward save plus what do you call it? Plus you know, a good chunk of physical resistance. We can probably get our baseline physical resistance up to like 70% or something if we're with our ability on, and a shield, and assuming we don't have an enchant on or anything. So yeah, should be pretty good. And we can wear a bit of armor. I was kind of hoping that I'd be like so tough that I wouldn't have to wear a helmet, but I think we're gonna have to wear a helmet. But I want to find a helmet that like allows my beard to flow freely. I was thinking like a barboot type helmet with an open front would look pretty cool with a big beard. Yeah, I'm kind of going off the I'm kind of going off the wizards as well, because the wizards run out of magic, whereas the warrior priests and the priestess of Shalia just keep pumping out their prayers. Yeah, I wish you could choose what prayers they use. I hope they bring that in the next update. Because yeah, you really want your warrior priests of Sigmar just popping that in that resist enchant all the time. Or if you want the ability to have a couple of them just popping that resist enchant all the time. But yeah, even though I'm sure that this seems like mind-numbingly boring to a lot of people, but it's just the thought of my guy rolling into battle, knowing that he's protected by the power of Sigmar while he smites enemies with his mighty warhammer. That's all that's just going through my head over and over again as I'm doing this. That's what makes it fun for me. Wish I had more priestesses of Shelia. Wish we'd known. I wish I knew what I know now at the start. Could have had like 6 of them or 8 of them. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go for. I'm just gonna go for 55%. I think you're right, Anthony. Like it's not worth it. Also, you know, although I would like to be just completely invincible, if you are actually completely invincible, you know, that kind of gets old fast as well. Whereas if I can actually still take some damage, it might actually be, you know, if I'm just like super tough, but still actually can take quite a bit of damage, then that's probably going to be more exciting anyway. Yeah, I guess with 60 ward save, I'll just essentially take like 50% more damage than I would have with 70. But I'll take 60% less damage than I would have. Well, I'll take, yeah, a lot less damage than I would have taken if I only had 20% ward save or whatever I normally would have had. Got to think glass is half full. And I will have, instead of taking 1 damage, you'll take 2. Yeah. Or instead of taking 2 damage, I'll take 3. Yeah, you won't have to worry about troops with one-handed weapons. But you might feel great weapons a little bit, and yeah, you will feel Minotaurs. Yeah, I suppose at least I will have you know, at least whenever I go into my character sheet and I go in here, it'll be like 700 or some shit, and it'll be all red and stuff, and people will be like, what the fuck? And I'll be like, Exalted of Sigmar, blessed. So, you know, at least that's the kind of, I guess that's from the role-playing perspective, that's the main thing, I guess. When I thought that 75, well, I mean, it is achievable technically, but yeah, when I thought getting to 75, I don't know how the fuck you got, I don't know how the fuck you got enough shit to actually get to 75 on your guy. That must have taken a while. I guess just, yeah, you do get multiple millions of gold worth of stuff from big battles. Yeah, I suppose if I was a Necroc and I'm just like nuking entire armies like really fast, then probably just fighting would be a lot better. Would be better. But yeah, my like kind of tank and spank method that lets the battles take a long time, but I don't know, I find them fun. Mostly drop items.
I had mostly dropped items that must use their base value instead of the sell value that it says. Yeah. Yep. I would imagine it would. Yeah, the good thing about this though is if I lose a battle and I get captured, I don't lose all my shit. Whereas if you spent like, you know, a week farming everything in the map to save up like millions of gold worth of shit, then if you lose a battle and lose it all, that would kind of suck. That was like a major cause of anxiety about this campaign, because my original plan was to like get like a castle in the middle of, well, one of my plans was to get a castle in the middle of Reichland and just, you know, store up all my stuff in there till I had enough. Where did you see the 200% physical damage thing for Minotaurs? Just on their unit card, isn't it? Unless they nerfed them in the current one. Yeah, damage amplification, physical 100%. Yeah, it's just where they have their armor, just above it, there's a attribute part. It'll tell you if they've got physical resistance or damage amplification or whatever. But yeah, you notice it when you've got if you've got 2 physical resist shields on, so you got 100% physical resist, and you're just going around like taking no damage, and then a Minotaur just goes vomp, and you just get like, you know, half your health gone, or you just get one shot or whatever. It'd be good to get our magic back as well. Be able to chuck a shield down occasionally. Yeah, let's do another 30 million and see how I feel about that. Hey, Joshua. Yep, I'm back. Yeah, I think we've kind of decided not to go for 75% ward save anymore. It's going for 55% plus my 5, so for a total of 60. Because it kind of keeps, the amount of XP you need keeps going up and up and up, so it gets harder and harder. But I don't know, it doesn't, I don't know. We'll see. I'll do another 90 and I'll do another 20 mil and see how we feel. But yeah, as much as this is pretty cool, I don't know if I'll ever do it again. I mean, having huge amounts of ward save is pretty sweet, but yeah, it's pretty. The cost. There's a cost. Oh yeah, I know Hergig Jaeger marksmen have special bullets that do 40 damage that I don't think you can get anywhere else. Special like huntsman bullets or something. And I don't think I've ever seen them. Maybe I wouldn't have noticed, but yeah, I don't think I've ever seen them drop. So I'm guessing they're not in the list. the zone. Doing it for Sigmar. We're 4 million, halfway there, nearly. Yeah, I wish we could still get Warriors of Chaos. Well, you sort of can, but it's really hard. But yeah, I wish we could still get Warriors of Chaos troops, because they're pretty badass. They're just really got heaps of hit points and really tanky. If you can get a bit of physical resist or Magister's Power Stones on them or something, pretty good. Yeah, I'm liking my my Empire Knight front line. They're pretty good. My 30% physical resist shield on them and some constant heals. This would be nice for Wood Elves and Bretonians, since their faction mechanics are just hard cut-offs. For having a certain amount, you could hit it pretty quick. What? What? I don't get what you mean. Oh, you mean just for getting 2.5k chivalry? Yeah, that's a good point. Is the well, yeah, for actually, yeah, that's a good idea. For harmony, for Wood Elves to be fine.
definitely doing it on dwarfs next time. Screw farming grain or staves. You want a huge heap of earth gold at the start, and you need very little afterwards, so it'll work out nice, I think. Yeah, and priestesses of Shalia are really good in dwarf armies too, because dwarfs are so tough. That little bit of constant healing from them really just makes them live forever. 7 dwarf and the 7 Snow Whites. Yeah, I'm trying to think, what's another faction that gets a lot of benefit from just shitloads of prestige? Can Eonir, like, buy anything good with their... I don't think they can really buy anything good with their prestige, can they? Actually, White Lions, if you wanted to go White Lions, just spam in high elf units. That'd be pretty good. I want it to be like the Sigmar of old, just roaming around in a loincloth and a two-handed hammer. Breaking goblin skulls. But might have to wear clothes. Just imagine, like, because I'll leave this video up on my channel probably forever, you know, and I'll just imagine some dude gets into, like, you know, the old realms 7 years from now, and finds this old video. It's just watching me do this shit for like 8 hours straight. This is entertainment, guys. Pure showmanship here. I'm glad you guys turned up to keep me company today. Because yeah, I was considering doing this offline so that I wouldn't look so sad and pathetic. But it was lonely. and I'm glad that you were here to keep me from being bored shitless. And also, you guys helped me figure out what was going on with it all, I think. It's a cooperative effort. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's like therapeutic thing. I was gonna say there's sometimes people come into chat and they like really complain about me doing smithing and stuff. And it's like so boring. All you're doing is like ting, blacksmithing and going into menus and shit. It's like, imagine if those dudes came into the channel now. It's like, now I'm not even doing blacksmithing. I'm just going into and out of menus over and over again. This is peak gameplay. But yeah, as I said before, the thing that keeps me going is just that little image in my mind of my guy, you know, axe swinging, beard flailing, screaming for Sigmar at the top of his lungs. Oh wow, she's been infested by a demon. I wish that black hole eyes was actually an option in the eyes area of making out your character. That'd be pretty good for, like, but you know, for elves. Elves don't have souls, they just have black eyes. I actually thought it was pretty badass how the Eldar had black eyes in Warhammer 40k in the early days. Or maybe it wasn't all of, you know, it was just one particular artist, but yeah, you'd see it around a bit. The old black-eyed Eldar. Gotta do Karath's character as well.
like when you're at the start of that 30 million, it feels like it's ages away. But then when you get in that last, as you get closer and closer, only another few million to go. Getting 800,000 a pop is definitely a lot better than 200,000. But yeah, it still feels really slow. $4 million to go. I reckon this will be over 55%. Yeah, I think if I can get 60%, so at least I've got more than a bright wizard, then I think I can satisfy myself with that. Kind of a mini game in itself, seeing how fast you can click through these menus.
Good day, citizen. May Sigmar watch over you and your household. Serve the Empire with honor, and know that your emperor is grateful for your loyalty. Nice. Hey, Blizzy. I can't read the Cyrillic the alphabet. Oh, we made it. 120. Yeah, cool. All right. I'm going to go have another cigarette, and then we will come back and test whether 120 million is enough to satisfy Sigmar. Yeah. No, you reckon we'll get 55? So. You're moving your head so much, you have a big monitor. No, it's not so big. Maybe my eyes just lose the ability to flick around because I've been staring at the screen so long. All right. Actually, before we do anything, we need to get Karath. Get Karath in here. I don't think I actually have a Celestial Wizard, do I? Evelyn de Quenelles. Gilda von Garrick, the surgeon. Oh, Gilda von Garrick. It should be a space in there. Lorathorn, the Guardian Mage. Alright, this guy can be the guy. Karath Arkwin sounds like an elven name. He's actually not bad looking for an elf. Usually they look kind of hideous. All right, let's try 120 million. To get an extra pound's worth of stuff over here. Well, I don't know if Umgart's actually got much stuff. It's pretty poor prosperity for some reason.
If you had, I wonder, if you had like a super good auto resolve army, maybe you could just like keep spawning armies out of the Chaos Portal and just keep smashing it over and over again. Oh, your current ground would have been closer. See if there's anything good in here that we're selling. I don't think there's anything particularly amazing. Still the closest. It's still the closest faith place. Should get 300 guns for the shield penetration for troops in the party. It's OP. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I'm not sure if I've got enough. Yeah, 2 more points is a lot. But yeah, it would be good for the party leader, yeah. Well, actually, maybe I'll try and get 200 guns, get 300 guns on the party leader of the other party. I have like one army that's just completely guns and have a 300 gun guy and have, because my army is mainly knights, so they wouldn't count as being in my party. Okay, so 120 million gold.
We got 250,000 gold worth of amber crystals. Ah, it's only a quarter of a mil. $701. 56.1. Currently got 115 online siders with 35 Jaeger core in my party to slaughter each battle. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I like those Jaeger core guys. They've got really high skills and they've got special bullets that do extra damage. I think they're unique bullets that no one else can get. But yeah, that sounds awesome. I want to slaughter. I mean, we're at 56%, you know, like another 30 mil would get us to 60%. And then another, you know, 90 mil after that would probably get us to 70%. So it's only like another 120 mil, and it's only the amount that we've already got on top of that. Then we'd be there. Yeah, normal bullets 30 and the steel bullets are 40. Like something like that. Yeah, they do 10 extra damage. Pretty cool. I mean, 701 faith. I mean, that does kind of say blessed by Sigmar, doesn't it? It's not 75% ward save, but it does definitely say that he's blessed by Sigmar. Look at his faith, 701 faith. Surely must be the Exalted of Sigmar. Yeah, at a certain point you've got to like actually enjoy, you know, you got to like stop getting ready and actually enjoy the game. Yeah, it would basically be like another 8 hours of that shit to get to 75. So yeah, let's not, and let's say that we did. Or we'll say that we could have, but we chose, you know, we chose wisdom instead. Should I save it? Should I call it there? You know, I feel like I could do another 30 mil though, you know. It's just like 56.1, you know. I feel like just 30 more mil would get us to 60%. But it's like, when does it end? When does it end? The prayer effectiveness is pretty cool. 17% extra effectiveness for your spells. Get more magic and stuff. Then get going, you clearly want to. just, I mean, I don't mind doing it. It's just I feel like I'm worried that if I do another 30 mil to get to 60, then I'm gonna be like, oh, I could just do another 30 mil and I'd get to like 63, you know, and like blah blah, and then I'll just end up spending a week getting up to 75 faith, and then I will have like burnt myself out on the campaign, and I'll probably will just abandon it and just not play it anymore, you know. But then on the other hand, it's like, you know what I mean? You can't take it back. Like once I save it, that's it. There's no take backsies. This guy's never gonna have any more than that much, you know. Like wherever we stop, that's permanent. Like you can't go any further. And you know, it's gonna be like, oh, I could have just had that extra little bit. So if I stop there, I'd have 56.1 plus 5, so it'd be 61.1%. So I'd be taking 39% damage. Whereas if I had 75, then I'd be taking 25% damage. So I'd be taking 14% more damage than I would. Yeah, 14% more than the 25% that I would be taking up otherwise. So essentially taking like 60% more damage or whatever. Alright, I'll just do one more. Just do one more. So if I do one more, 60, 65. 65 versus 75. No, I'm gonna call it. That way I've got something to aspire to, you know. Like next time I can do one, I'll do it again, but next time I'll do it with like 19. I'll do it like 19 priestesses of Shalia, so that, you know, we're getting like 3 million gold every time we do it or whatever. Well, actually, no, that wouldn't be. Yeah, with 20 of them, it'd be 4 million. Yeah, do it with 20 priestesses of Shalia, so you get 4 million gold a pop. Hmm. It's like, actually, fuck this campaign. Got to do like a female warrior priest with 20 with 20 damsel with 20 fucking priestess of Shalia. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stop myself. I mean, I know I'm gonna regret it, but gotta be done. That's it. It's done. There's no take backsies now. I just saved over the save. So yeah. Well, we're doomed. We're doomed to only ever have 56%. I think the most I've ever had in a previous campaign was like 23%. So it's quite a bit more. It's a dark day. I know. Well, at least we can get our 10 endurance. The thing work? Yeah, we got up to 56%. Well, my will broke. I was not able to go all the way to 75%. I could have, but I estimate I would probably need another 120 million gold. Like I need as much as I've done this whole time again on top of that to get to the original goal of 75. But yeah, I think this is a decent amount. Our blessings last 700% longer now. That's pretty cool. And now we can go and get miracles as well. I've got 2 points there, but I kind of need one of those points. Yeah, I need one of those points for one-hander, and I kind of want to have 5 points in. 56 is greater than 20 something. Yeah, it is. And we're going to get another 5% here as well. So it'll be a 61% ward save eventually. It's pretty nice. So yeah, what did I have? I had like 10% ward save before. So we're probably going to be like noticeably a lot more durable straight away because we're taking like 56%. We're only taking 44% damage now. So yeah, it should be good. Yeah, I want to get to 200 gun. So what's 8.3 give you? 8.3 gets you 222. Yeah, so maybe I'll just stick with 8.3 so I can get the 15. You take 15% less damage from handheld weapons. Yeah. That's cool. Scouts getting up there. Yeah, I sold all my food. Give all our guys some enchanted weapons.
Comet flail. I'll have a comet flail. Yeah, I'll just temporarily give everyone a comet flail just so everyone's got an enchanted weapon. Oh, actually, it's only the wizards that really need it, but damsels probably like a bit of comet flail actually as well. Actually, the comet flails aren't really that great, are they? They look pretty cool though. Be better than those crappy starter weapons that they have. Legendary rectangular bitted axe. Holy Jeebus. She can get that. Alright, ready for comet flails. Quickly hit some this the Bank of Sigmar for a quick loan. So the new starting thing is make a spear until you get blunt tip lance, make blunt tip lance till you get
Bill Hook till you get Money Rake till you get a 10,000 for a Priestess of Shelia, and then the rest is history. And the thing is, I actually want to level these guys up in medicine so that they can actually be good doctors. Good. We're all horsed up. Iron-plated boots. Some sort of basic armor. Stone musket bullets. All right. Cool. Well,
we've received the blessing of Sigmar. We've now got more than double the amount of faith it's possible for a regular human to get, and more than double of the ward save that I've ever had before. Feeling pretty good about it. And but yeah, we'll yeah, table that for now, and we can get to get back to building up our squad of elite dudes and farming our enchantment ingredients and stuff. And yeah, we have to get some a bunch of influence together so we can suggest that we. What do I do? Propose. Yeah, once I get 400, I think I can propose to make peace with Baston. I'm not sure. Oh no, 150. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty easy. We'll just do that and then go and get our enchantments. Alright guys, thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate you all. And I'll see you all next time. Thanks for keeping me company.